Hello. Hey, Marux. How we doing? How's it going, Marux?
It's good. How about you?
Yeah? Yeah, doing fine. Didn't get blown away yesterday. Yeah, big storm yesterday, very high winds.
Yeah, we also had some blizzard here in Finland.
Oh, yeah?
Very heavy snowstorm. But for some reason, people just refuse to clean up the streets from the snow. Like, they are cleaning it, but they are making a horrible job of it.
Yeah.
There's chunks of ice on the walkway. Come on.
That's not very cool, is it?
It's very dangerous what it is. Because if people slip and fall, they're gonna smack their head up on that ice.
Yeah.
I'll be watching over you.
Think you can keep up with me?
People are lazy nowadays. Just refuse to do anything.
All systems operational.
They've always been lazy. It's not a new thing.
Yeah, but before, I mean, I've never seen streets being that snowed in, not being cleaned up. They always clean them, but for some reason this year it's just like, nah, let it be. People will figure out.
Maybe it's just the pandemic. People are just fed up of everything.
Too much snow, I'm not gonna go outside.
Hey, I was rezzing.
This one has my name written all over it.
Diffondiamo dane medicine.
Tricky, I think the numbers on your level is upside down. Close to 69, 99.
Well, that's not upside down, because if you turn 96 upside down, it's still 96.
And then you switch places.
Yeah, that's what you'd have to do. Don't lie down on the job.
But I'm tired, I want to lay down.
Let's get you back out there.
That's the bomb.
Yeah. He's not very buoyant though. If you threw him in a swimming pool, he wouldn't bob around a lot. Probably just sink to the bottom.
Heroes never die.
Hey, I was busy.
I stole that kill from you, by the way. It's mine.
It's fine. It's teamwork.
Yes, your sacrifice for my kill.
I'm taking care of you.
Long as it works.
They keep nano boosting the Sigma, but it doesn't help them. I dare you to come on the point.
I'm taking care of you.
Allow me to repair the best round. One.
Nice.
Pretty good.
Score 1-0.
I can't wait to get into the fight.
Piece of cake.
All right, game face on.
Piece of cake.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Damage increase.
Capture the objective.
Healing stream engaged.
The Cyberpunk developers are finally making some moves to fix the game.
Damage boost.
Quote unquote fix.
Well, they've been doing that this whole time. It's just taken them a long time. You know?
We'll see if it fixes anything. But I mean, I've seen some gameplay they showed. It looks promising, but I'm still gonna be skeptical about that.
Yeah, well, what they released was really a fairly early beta, but they called it full release because they had to
Let's get you back out there.
initially, so it's taken this long to get to a more released state.
They were forced to release the game. It's money. What was the saying? The money is the root of all evil?
Do you need a doctor?
The love of money,
I'm here.
because money in itself isn't a problem. It's how people treat it
Get you back out there.
that's the problem.
More money, more power.
Money is a universal facilitator. It ensures that people can get what they want without necessarily having exactly what the other person wants, right? Because otherwise, without money, you'd have to go back to a bartering system. So if you wanted someone to do something for you, you'd have to find some physical goods or services that they actually need and exchange it that way, which would be a lot harder. But money is a universal facilitator that allows people to exchange stuff of value when, you know, they don't necessarily know what each of their wants and needs are. It's a very useful tool, but it's very much exploited by greedy people.
A clean bill of health.
it would be a lot harder to amass as much wealth as some people have if there was no money. If it was purely a bartering system, it would be much harder to become super wealthy. So the world's wealth would be a lot more evenly distributed as a result.
Gandalf left the game.
It's not my preference to see to matters personally, but I will see them done.
Have you seen? I'm pretty sure I saw some kind of a post today in the morning about there being a Overwatch 2 playtest somewhere next or this at the end of this month. I don't know. Somewhere next
I
month.
haven't heard anything. So I don't know. But I wouldn't be surprised if we hear something next week. Something Overwatch 2 related. Since we are getting patch 69, which is guaranteed to be nice.
Yeah, it's very nice, Pat.
Yeah.
Oh, Doofus, you just scared the piss out of me.
Do you need to go change your underpants?
No.
Okay, good.
I can manage.
No.
The wonders of modern medicine.
Thanks for the assist.
What a mess. Kill them. Run away. Missed me. Someone help. I know.
I can't get through.
The wonders of modern medicine.
People are looking at me funny. Especially Ash.
I'm ready to initiate
Get
self-defense.
you patched up.
There is 3 people chasing me.
Do you want some heals? Oh, I'm dead again. Got fisted by Daddy.
The Princess of modern medicine. Reporting for duty.
No.
Piece of cake.
Griffy, help me.
I'm trying.
Heroes never die.
Yeah, I'm dead again.
A clean bill of health.
Meteor strike. Defeat. Play of the game. Maximum power.
I'm very
Oh,
fascinated
well.
by marble extraction and processing.
By what?
Marble blocks extraction and processing.
I don't think I've ever seen anything about that.
It's a type of stone, white stone.
Yeah, I know what marble is, but I've never
okay.
seen how they mine it and stuff.
They basically put it, they shape them into blocks, and then they.
I
carry
know
them
who's
around.
been naughty.
Very so gentle.
Hey! Thanks, Vixie. Thanks for the raid. Hi, everyone. Hello. Those emotes get in the way everywhere, don't they? Ooh, did you have a good stream?
Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
Oh no, my mercy got stolen. Yeah, I'm doing well. It's a nice day outside,
Everything
by the looks of it.
and everyone.
Not that that really matters.
So many targets, so little time.
Quite a difference from yesterday,
Attackers.
where the weather was trying to blow everyone's wheelie bin away. It's been snowing for you. Aw, I wish I had some snow. We haven't had any this year at all.
Actually, now that you remind me of a wind in England, wasn't there some kind of a clip about a plane?
There was a guy, I think there was a guy who ran a YouTube channel where he'd live stream planes landing, and he called it Big Jet TV or something like that. And yeah, a lot of people were watching his channel yesterday, watching all these planes coming in, trying to land in high winds. It's not easy to do, it's quite challenging.
Ya estoy lista para ese trago.
You ended up with someone else's trampoline? Yeah. A lot of those trampolines went on holiday yesterday.
Looking for me? Be right back.
I am on fire. Soldier 76 reporting for duty.
Translocating. Much better.
Yeah, I think that point's gone.
Objective lost. New defense point. Objective B.
Gotcha.
My garden fence got damaged. One of the panels got blown down and another one got blown loose. So that's going to have to be sorted out.
Here I am. Don't mind me. Miss me?
Just tickle all the health packs.
Heroes never die.
Let's see if I can hack this. Just out from under them.
Much better. Be right back.
Ready to work.
Are you sneaking around?
I'm Sombra. What else would I do?
Been here all along.
Just put that there. It's probably not a good idea. But oh well.
Apagando las luces.
I know.
Sorry, I... Yes.
No. Oh well.
Play of the game.
Hey Vega. Hello. Whew. There's plenty of space in the group if anyone else wants to join. At the moment I'm maining Mercy. I'm getting her hours up. But yeah, that's my quick play. Just all the same. So yeah, it's a lot of hours on everyone.
I'll be watching over.
Oh, we had someone pick Orisa but not do the Orisa thing.
I'm a soldier.
Unfortunate.
Retirement.
Rude. It can be done with Farah, just not as well.
Piece of cake.
We can all fit in this one small one.
It's a sign.
Attackers incoming. Stop the payload. Engaging the enemy.
Damage amplified. This is not your time.
I wonder if we'll get any maps in Overwatch 2 that are overhauled with like a new Omnic War in mind.
Let's
So they'll be slightly shot up and rearranged a bit in terms of, you know, the paths you can go through the map and stuff like that.
Maybe we can have some vehicles.
Sorry?
Maybe we could use vehicles. Which doesn't sound that bad, to be honest.
I don't know if vehicles would work within Overwatch.
Configuration activated.
The maps are just not big enough.
Good as new.
The payload has reached.
Hades time.
Where does it hurt?
Hey,
No, you're not gonna raise me into that hellhole.
hey, look, it was worth a try. Okay.
Good as new.
I refuse to be resurrected. That is the one light I will not answer for.
Let's get you back out there.
I have an icicle in my chest. In my body.
Yeah, it'll buff out, don't worry.
It's just ice. Not big deal.
Yeah,
It's water.
it'll just melt. You got a warm heart, you'll melt it.
Yeah, it's just the water. A little bit of water doesn't hurt anyone.
Heroes never die.
Just fly away.
Fortunately, I can't fly.
Don't snipe me with that aimbot. Wow.
Starting over from the beginning.
What?
No, there's a mage hitting me.
It's cool, don't worry.
My ass was so shaky right now. Either from cold or fever.
Ow.
The payload is approaching its destination.
I shot myself with a rocket.
Don't do that, it hurts.
I shot myself right in the face with a rocket.
Adaptive circuits engaged when leading soldier 76.
Ow.
I've got you in my sights.
Moderne Medizin.
Oh no.
Die Wunder der modernen Medizin. Where does it hurt?
Can't heal you while I'm busy. Yeah, Jake. I thought it would be a good idea.
A clean bill of health.
I had that idea last night and I was like, that's a good idea.
don't seem to be getting a lot of progress in terms of winning the games.
It doesn't matter.
Play of the game.
A win is still preferable than this one.
Yeah, we get them occasionally. It's fine.
How much does marble-based material cost?
A lot. I think marble is quite expensive.
Traveling to Eichenberg. Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
The average cost for marble slab countertops is 60 per square foot, but can range from $40 to $100 per square foot.
Yeah.
That's an expensive piece of rock.
I'll be watching over.
Yeah, what's up, Jake?
I can't wait to get started.
Right beside you.
Attackers incoming. There's a kick.
This Hanzo is just constantly failing at climbing walls.
Oh, I get cold just looking at you.
He's still failing.
You should look somewhere else.
Is he trying? No, there is no.
I don't think it's much of a
Why is-
problem, Jake, really.
Attackers.
Since, you know, she's pretty close to your age. Usually, for most people wouldn't have any problem with that. Yeah. Usually, people would see it as a problem if you were my age and you were dating a 17-year-old. A lot of people would find that a problem, but not if you're only like a year and a half older.
Ah, the wonders of modern medicine. You needed a doctor?
I'm just gonna bombard them from here.
I mean, if you both like each other, it's not a problem, you know. She's old enough to consent. She's over 16.
Damage boost engaged.
Objective lost. Stop the payload.
Somebody, I'm gonna hit something eventually. Ow. Or someone will hit me. And kill me.
Yeah, I don't think it's the problem, Jake. I really don't. If everything else is fine, don't get tripped up on that one thing. And besides, that will solve itself within a few months. So it's really not throwing the whole thing away for that. And, you know, if it does concern you, you can use it as an excuse to take things a bit slower and, you know, get to know her more over time.
See through the judgment.
Damage increase.
Stop hacking me.
Healing stream engaged.
Because, you shouldn't ever do anything you're not comfortable with. But that doesn't mean that there aren't solutions where you can have what you want without feeling uncomfortable. And I think the best thing you can do is talk to her about it if you haven't done already. Just be open and honest with her about what you're feeling about the whole thing, and you know, make sure she's perfectly okay with it, because in the end, because she's the one that isn't quite 18 yet, she should be the one that, you know, assures you that it's okay. Because if she believes it's okay and you think she's, you know, mentally mature enough, which she should be at that age, to really understand the implications, then there's no problem. Yeah.
Let's get you back out there.
Openness and honesty is one of the foundational things you need in a successful relationship. So it's important to bring stuff like that up. Yeah. Anna wasted it. It's not a country flag. It's the pansexual flag.
Get into position.
This is not your time.
Pansexual means that I'm attracted to people of all genders, basically.
I'm with you.
This will heal you. Personne n'échappe à mon regard.
Mercy in the right Damages engaged.
I am optimized.
Let me get you patched up. Where does it
Ooh, that was close.
get you back out there?
What are you trying to shoot there, Hanzo? There was no one there. The stairs can't die.
Let me get you patched up.
There's a monkey up in here. I got him.
This will restore you.
Mercy in the right
I'm restoring.
Heroes never die.
Adaptive circuits engaged. Soldier 76.
Why is there always two people trying to kill me instead of just one? Jumpit is a very fun hero whenever you come out of spawn and he's fully charged with his fist and you're dead. Like that's pretty fun, don't you think? You have chances of reaction 0 once that happens.
Well, you can hear it.
Yeah, but you do not know where it is. That's the problem.
Depends how good your sound system is.
Umbra, come over here. I have a thing to say to you. Oh, that was a tracer, never mind. I thought that was a song. Big Bad Wolf left the game before the game ended.
Yeah, some people are cowards. They don't like to see that big red defeat word on their screen.
Well, I don't like seeing it either, but you don't have to look at it if you don't want to.
Yeah, that's what they do. They don't want to look at it, so they just leave.
Oh, I have total games won in DPS 3,333.
Nice.
I have 3,333 games won on DPS.
Well, are you gonna play more DPS?
I don't know. I can play Dagger Healer.
Yeah.
But how was the
Bassin.
I have only 700 games won on healers. 1,500 on tank. I won so little on a healer.
Gotta bump those numbers up then.
I'll be watching over you.
As a healer? Okay.
Yeah.
I doubt it's gonna happen, but sure.
Well, it can't happen if you don't try. So,
Let's get you back out there.
I can't see where is everything.
everyone's dying.
Yes. That's exactly what happened.
I'm taking care of this. Ich bin da.
Oh. Oh no. Yeah, that wasn't gonna work, was it?
A clean bill of health. Where does it hurt? I'm with you. Let's get you back out there.
Don't is the dumb hero.
Hey. Hey, Neo.
I must go where I'm needed.
Yeah, don't worry.
We can take you there.
Good one, but spot.
We don't even have to try, and we still lose. Even if we try, we still lose.
Yeah, so why try?
Teammates are
Just, you know, relax and have fun, and then sometimes you'll win. Am I what?
Let me get you patched up.
Yeah, I am single right now.
I'm here. Let's get you back out there.
And recently I've had 2 people now express interest in, you know, going on a date, and then nothing. So that's fun.
I haven't had even a single experience.
I mean, to be fair, both my longest relationships both came from online dating, and they were both good, but they just didn't end up going all the way, which is fine. It can work, and it does for some people. But it can take a long time to find that person. And I think online dating is one of those things that makes people a lot more superficial than they would be otherwise. Because there are so many options, people are very quick to dismiss people that show even a slight bit of stuff they don't like, rather than trying to get to know the person properly first. I'd say that's the biggest problem with online dating. People don't give other people enough of a chance.
Kill somebody truly. Or just wear it out, I guess.
Score 1-0.
don't have a beard anymore, so they can't be.
Let's get you back out there.
Bat Spot just likes bats. You know? Nothing wrong with that.
He just has to butt in every single conversation.
Yeah, exactly.
See through the darkness.
Ah, the wonders of modern medicine.
Turning up the heat.
I'm taking care.
Saddle up.
Let's get you back out there.
Ah.
A speedy recovery.
Initiate objective capture.
Oh dear.
Good as new piece of cake.
What's the point of playing the game if the person is still leaving in the middle of the game? Like, why did you even start playing if you don't want to finish it?
I don't know. Some people just get really frustrated. I'm sure you can understand that.
I must go where I'm needed.
Hey, just trying to res.
Step right up.
Die Wunder der modernen Medizin.
Lost.
Doesn't always work.
Score 1-1.
I don't understand how to trust Sombra.
I don't. But Sombra has her uses, and I know what she's been up to.
Let's get you back out there. Damage increase. Ace him down.
Something is sleeping.
Iron deficiency. Well, you can get that sorted out.
Starting over from the beginning. Mercy in the Reitschaftsdienst. They're all over me.
76 reporting for duty.
Yeah, that wasn't the best idea.
A clean bill of health.
I could use some help.
You needed a doctor? I'm here.
Bottom left. Of what?
Join me.
A speedy recovery.
On my way.
Damage increased.
Yeah, I cleared my favorites when I quit Overwatch last year. I was considering just removing all my friends and you know, just getting rid of it, the whole account. But yeah, I decided against it in the end.
Too much has been put up in this account. You can't just let go of it.
Play of the game.
Okay. Let's see. I do need to rebuild my favorites.
Arriving at watch point to prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
Piece of cake. Were you expecting a miracle?
Let's shoot for a new high score.
My teleporter is online. Piece of cake. I will put you in your blink if I can think it.
Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
Pause for celebration.
I can't wait
Hello.
to watch the fight.
I'm sure Symmetra has a lot of fun when she's alone.
All right. Face on.
I'm here. Were you expecting a miracle?
3,
I will
2,
put you in your
1.
blink.
Attackers incoming.
Enemy spotted.
Stop the pain.
Damage amplified.
The compass nothing provided.
Well, that was rude.
This is not your time. I'm taking care of it. Hello.
Somebody get me some healing.
Where is the thank you.
me alone. That Doomfist never follows up. He'll punch me and then just run away.
I didn't think you were rezzing me.
Well, you just stood there.
I was replying to messages.
Well. Well, they didn't notice. It's fine.
Damage increase.
Ow.
The wonders of peace. To my will. Piece of cake. I'm taking care of no one.
Oh no.
Helden sterben nicht.
Yeah, don't go there.
Heroes never die.
Leave me alone, you fisting bastard! Stop shoving fist up my butt!
But I thought you liked that.
Relaxing game of Overwatch.
Do you need me to repeat myself?
I do not like anything up my butt.
Were you expecting a miracle? You needed a doctor?
I really hate that feeling.
Just haven't, you know, experimented enough.
Do you need me to repeat?
I'm
Not
not
because
gonna
you tried.
experiment with that.
Let me get
Oh no.
a speedy recovery. Piece of cake.
I need a healing. Somebody heal.
This is not your time. A second chance.
Where are you?
I'm going to find the health back then.
Heilstrahl aktiviert.
I'm gonna go see what Eva is up to. She's having fun over there.
My aim is dreadful. I've done nothing but play like League and Lost Ark for the last month. I can't aim anymore.
I know exactly how you feel, man. I've been playing Lost Ark as well.
Let's get you back
How
out.
close are you to tier 2?
Your support.
Nowhere near. I'm not even leveled up at max.
Oh. I think I got level 50 in 2 days. And then I'm closing in on tier 2. I just hit 520 gear score.
Stop chasing me. This McCree is teabagging me for right clicking. He stunned and right clicked me and he teabagged me for that.
Damn it.
I'm dropping frames. I think, like I mentioned, I'd finally set my cooling up properly so my computer's quiet. But I think it's really like messed with like just my temperatures, which is having more of an effect on my frames than it should.
You man, we're so close to finishing. Thank you.
Yeah, they just abandoned the payload, so it's fine.
Play of the game.
The problem with my leveling is that, first of all, I have no idea what I'm looking at whenever I get a new level. and then I have no idea what the hell am I doing and what am I supposed to do. I'm so confused in Lost Ark that it's not actually, it's not fun at all.
Main thing you need to learn is how engravings work. It'll have so much more of an effect. The sooner you learn that, the better.
I think Lost Ark, it throws a lot of you all at once. It just overwhelms you with tons of systems without really taking you through how they all work properly. Like right off the bat, as soon as you load in for the first time, you already have like 8 different abilities, and like they all one-shot everything, and it's like, well, what's the point?
Which one of them is powerful?
Yeah. Hey, Toasty.
Yeah, so they'll one-shot stuff in the first couple areas, and then obviously they need a way to like stop boosting your gear level and stuff. So like it'll like by like the 4th or 5th area, like it's actually taking a bit to kill stuff. But I think it's my main issue with it is like the engravings and stuff, and, like all the extra stuff that you would do to like min-max your abilities once you like ignoring gear level. Like that's not explained well enough. I was sat for about 4 hours going through like 10 different guides trying to learn how it all works.
Yeah,
So not doing a great job there.
I think there's a lot of stuff that they just haven't
like
done
you really
right.
got to rely on the community for it, which fortunately, because it's been out for years, like there's a lot of good content, but just having to do that yourself is a bit of a shame. But like for me, I literally just ignored everything. I went through all the main story and side quests up until level 50, and then like you can already imagine once you hit level 50, like all the end games start opening up as well. So I just had like 50 levels of content plus end game to learn all at once. You're definitely better off going through it slower than I did.
Yeah, I mean, if you get... Sorry, Marox, I keep interrupting you. You go ahead.
I was gonna say that you can instantly tell that that game is meant for Korean brain. Like, no joke.
Well, I mean, you've got to remember when it came out, like... It didn't come out all at once for them, though, to be fair. I'm assuming it didn't anyway.
Yeah. And I think if you can get through, like, all of the leveling without even touching some of the mechanics, they haven't been, you know, implemented properly. In order for a mechanic to be good, it needs to be useful and necessary, at least at some point, in a natural way that you learn without having to struggle with it.
It's 100% like spam your abilities until you finish the main quest, and then, oh look, now you need to go and min-max all your engravings, level everything up so you can do this one piece of content.
Yeah.
It will become necessary at once, which isn't done well.
It's like 2 different games.
However...
And, yeah, the power curve is all out of whack. It starts you way too powerful.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say that I really enjoy the combat and the art style of the game. But goddamn, do you have to know a lot to actually play the goddamn game.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's... Like, it was a pain, and I've still got, like, so much to learn. However, it's, like, starting to really become fun. The more you know. It's the same as a League in that sense, like, your enjoyment is entirely dependent on knowledge.
Yeah, and I feel like my initial experience with it felt like I loaded into the game and was already max level, and just, you know, it felt like I was given a huge amount of power that I didn't earn, and it didn't feel good to have that much power. I didn't earn that, it was just given to me. We're talking about Lost Ark. Lost Ark.
But then again, you've got to consider it's a free game, and their goal is to pull in millions of players. And the way you do that is make them feel really overpowered. Most people would prefer that.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm seeing it's kind of very difficult for, especially if you're a new player to MMO genre. That much information is just gonna make you nuts.
I think there are definitely ways of showing a player this is how powerful you can get without just giving it to them straight away. There are plenty of other games that do that a lot better.
WoW is a good example of just starting from level 1 with one ability, gaining more as you progress. But
Yeah.
Lost Ark, you're just basically a max level player from the get-go. Or at least that's how it feels like. You're just a max level going through a low level zone. Literally killing everything in your way.
I mean, one of the ways I've seen it done in the past is, say you roll a sorcerer and you're level 1 and it gives you one ability, but then one of the first quests you get is where another sorcerer comes along that are like really powerful, and they're like blasting everything with really powerful moves, and it's showing you, hey look, once you put enough effort in you can be this powerful without just giving it all to you straight away, you know? That's one way you can do it. Convince the player that if they put in enough effort and work, they can get really powerful and do all that kind of stuff. But just giving it to the player without any effort put in on their end doesn't feel as good.
I think the only issue if they did do that is it would make the pay to win a lot worse. Because you then, that's even more grinding that you're taking out. Like at the minute, I don't have too much of a problem with it because I know that it's not actually going to take me that long to get there. But if that grind was doubled or tripled, like I would not even bother.
Yeah, I'm not talking about adding more grind. I'm just saying the power curve needs to be adjusted so it feels like you go from like a pretty weak starter character to a progression toward a much stronger endgame character, right? It's just the power curve that needs to be adjusted, not the grind.
I think it's like more so, it's more apparent with the world enemies. Like those are really nothing. Once you get into like your first and second dungeon, which like I think it's the third area you get to is the first one, something like that. Like you're not one-shotting stuff in there, and then you get on. I think there's a dungeon every 2 or 3 areas in the first like group, and they start to introduce more mechanics. And that. But those dungeons are what threw me in anyway, like because those are actually a little bit harder.
Yeah.
I died a few times on the first one.
It's just at no point while I was playing did I have to even think about what abilities I was using, because they were all essentially the same.
Yeah, that's true.
They all just killed the enemies. So I just picked one and went with it. And just leveled that one up by itself. Not that that seemed to really do anything anyway, because I was still one-shotting things either way. It just didn't feel rewarding, you know?
Yeah. What? Speaking of rewards, you get every single reward for literally anything you do. You opened up a map.
Piece of cake. Ash here. Your support has arrived.
the reason I probably haven't leveled up by now is because I'm still like my biggest problem in MMOs in general is picking up a class. I literally have no idea what I want. I'm just testing out every single class until I'm satisfied. So far I have found nothing.
Yeah, I mean there are some games that do well in terms of showing you what each class does and how they play like, and others are just pick one, sight unseen, and hope for the best.
I think I'm just lucky in that regard. None of that bothers me. I don't care about who's the best. I pick the mage every time.
See, that's my picking as well. I would pick a mage because I really love mage class. But then again, it's very different from other types of mage.
No one can hide from my sight.
I am what most people would call an alcoholic because I create so many ults constantly. I don't play the main character. I just create new ones and level them up. That's all I do.
30 seconds remaining.
Leave on a piece of cake. Right on sight. This is not your time.
10 seconds remaining.
Heroes never die.
Damn it.
Back in the fight.
The payload is approaching its destination. Defeat.
It's the red word.
Play of the game.
Meteor strike.
No, that's 10 too many seconds. It's not 4:30.
Now entering the turn and defenses. Select your hero.
I've remembered why I try not to keep a sleep schedule. I start getting into one just because I start working next week. And
I'll be watching over you.
it's like I mentioned that I was having sleeping issues, right? Like
Yeah.
just constantly tired. But what I forgot happened is when I keep the sleep schedule, I start just getting less and less sleep.
Attackers.
Because it doesn't actually matter how much I get, I feel the same. But obviously it does actually make a difference. Like even if I feel tired when I've had 12 hours sleep, that is a difference to if I get 3 hours sleep. Like it's gonna have physical effects. So at this point I'm getting like 4 hours sleep a night. Like I went to bed at 11 and woke up at 3 today, and there's nothing I can do.
Can you not go back to sleep?
It's so weird. No, I can lie there. I'll just lie there awake for hours.
Yeah, I have pretty much the same issues. Like, I have no idea how I'm feeling, if I'm tired or not, but I can tell by physically because I'm starting to fall asleep.
Yeah, exactly.
And then every time I wake up as well, I never go back to sleep.
But it's like, I know my dad's the same. He's like, I don't want to sleep like like it's just, I don't know how to explain it. It feels like I'm turning into him. It's like, stop, I want to be a child, I don't want to do this.
Dude, same. By every second and moment of my life, I'm just turning into him. There is nothing to prevent from going that.
Where does it see? Right beside you. Mercy in the righteous.
Piggy down. No.
Soldiers out.
Nano boost administered.
I'm feeling unstoppable.
I think I've landed 2 arrows this entire game.
That for nothing. Oh no.
I mean...
Immer unterbricht mich jemand
My
bei der
ultimate
Arbeit.
is charging.
Oh, I forgot I bought this skin. This is a nice one.
Oh, the
Yeah, the
yeah,
winter
that
one.
Wasn't there was like many years ago there was like a fake leak for a Genji skin that looked a lot like that.
Oh, years ago,
Where-
really. I mean, I wouldn't
Yeah.
be surprised.
Someone basically took the Farah skin that looks like that and wrapped it around Genji and then leaked it in low resolution so they wouldn't see the imperfections of the fake.
Oh, right, so it was like a fan-made.
Yeah, it was a fan-made fake, but
I mean, I was gonna say, I wouldn't be surprised if they just had hundreds of skins
Go where I'm needed.
and they just pull from concepts whenever they make them.
No one can hide from my sight.
yeah, I mean there's probably a lot more concepts that get made than skins, and I'm sure sometimes Blizzard will go through community ideas and see if they could work. Like Reindeer Orisa is something the community had asked for a long time,
Let's get you back out there.
and they did finally make it. So
I don't remember asking for a reindeer or something.
Oh, I know people that have wanted that for years.
yeah,
It just makes sense.
it's like the year that Sigma came out and Halloween was coming around. I said a Flying Dutchman skin would make a lot of sense for Sigma, but it didn't happen that year, but the year after it did. So
Your support has arrived.
the Blizzard does listen to the community.
I'm taking care. Damage amplified.
Everyone keeps jumping or running away from my grave. Pissing me off.
Just shoot where they will be and not where they are.
I actually did something. What is this?
You got that?
Overwatch?
Damage increased.
I know, but I do not get kills on Genji. We know this.
That's because you got nano boosted.
Still better than me, though.
The amount of nanos I've wasted.
I don't think I've ever got more than 3 kills with Genji's blade.
I've had 4 once, and I was playing him 3 weeks straight before I got that.
Yeah.
I have no idea how G does it. He's 15.
I don't want to be that guy, but I got my 5k the first time I started Overwatch.
Wow. When was that? 2016. Oh, the one that annoys me the most. Sorry, go on.
No, you.
The one that like annoys me the most. You know, Junkrat's 4 kills. I struggled for months to get that, right? And I got 10 banned on my first account, and I played on my friend's account. He was like, because he doesn't play on PC, he was before Crossfade. But I asked him if I could play on his, and I got it my first game on.
Wow.
I still haven't been able to get that since. I'm pretty sure if I've got that on this account, it was
It could have been a result of the difference in MMR.
He was
So
higher. I was gold at the time, and he was diamond.
Okay, never mind.
That's unlucky, Phoenix. I can't hit you, crazy.
Hey, Inferno. Hiya. Is there space? Yeah, there's space.
Nothing.
Please
Yeah,
don't
I
say
can
this is
invite
delayed.
you.
It was dreadful.
Are you on my list? Are you online?
Oh no. So slow. Bearing in mind, this is 800 DPI 2.0 in game, and I'm not used to it yet. That was through a wall, but you know.
I don't see anything bad in that one. That was basically me.
I just feel like it looks so slow when I'm playing because I'm not used to the still not used to the sensitivity yet.
Oh, don't worry, there's much slower people on the Genjis.
Hello.
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 The only good group to play Overwatch, and the one with Trifa in it.
Yeah.
This is where I get dragged into comp way too often. And here, there is no fear of that.
Yeah, no comp here.
Yeah, mostly because I'm not very good at the game. I don't want to play comp.
Yeah, I get it.
I don't play competitive because it's pissing me off. It's more than quick play.
It's just not fun at this point in the game's life cycle. Like,
Yeah, they, maybe if they like release a new Overwatch game, it's not gonna happen. Cough, cough. But you know.
I mean, we're getting close. Like, the leaks are getting decent. I don't know. I'm done complaining about waiting. It'll be out when it's out, and they'll do a decent job of it.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
They haven't done a good job on actually communicating, though.
True.
Especially since they promised they would, and then they just haven't.
Oh yeah, he took over from
they
Jeff
like-
and promised a dev update every month, didn't he?
Yeah, and we've had one dev update in that year since, or like something like that.
Yeah.
Thanks, Activision. Very cool.
Well, it's not. Well, technically, it is still Activision Blizzard, but no.
Well,
Is it Microsoft?
yes, but the thing is, Activision Blizzard is kind of a mess because it's a merger in name only. Activision owns Blizzard. That's the thing, or well, owned at least, before Microsoft bought them both.
Well, yes and no. Blizzard are still their own studio under the umbrella of Activision Blizzard.
Oh yeah, but they're just like for example,
the name
Bungie
is
was like that.
Activision Blizzard, but in reality it's Activision Vivendi. Vivendi is the parent company of Blizzard, right?
So,
but no one knew who Vivendi games were, so they just used the Blizzard name instead, since Blizzard were the biggest studio under Vivendi at the time.
Oh, I'm dead.
So the impression you get from hearing Activision Blizzard is that they're equal partners, when in fact they're not. Blizzard just report to Activision as it stands at the moment. Activision are their boss, essentially.
Yeah, and you know, I think, well, you know, I mean, it was Bobby Kotick who approved the idea for Overwatch, but like, they're just not supporting like they promised, basically.
Yeah, for sure. I think some of that is to do with Bobby's interference. Constantly pushing for new ideas that didn't work out, instead of actually working on Overwatch 2 as promised.
Yeah, but you know, that's just kind of, you know, what you have to deal with when you're like, when you have constant like corporate nonsense basically in the way of game development. And you know,
Bobby has never been a gamer. He was never about the games. It was just about making as much money as possible.
Which he did do.
Which, yeah, to be fair, he has done. He's made a lot of money.
And will make a lot when he gets fired as well.
Yeah.
Also
he bought Activision for 100,000 back in the late 80s, I think 1989, something like that. And yeah, now Microsoft has agreed to buy it for almost $69 billion. So he's made a good return.
Bobby will never be without money. There's always money.
No, but he will also never be without the need for more.
His greed is skyrocketing.
Greed is eternal for him.
Yeah, but I mean that's just all the corporate people in this world. Like, I don't even need to mention them by name. They don't deserve a spotlight here.
Get off the point, Bob.
Do y'all want like a story of me being an idiot?
If you want
like,
to tell it.
So 2 days ago I was running back from my grandparents' house, right? In a snowstorm, right? And you know, like an 80 zone starts. There's a hill and then a turn after that, right? And I'm doing like, I don't know, 70, and you know, my car literally like gets onto the fresh snow, and I just glide straight into the fucking ditch. Like, but what's even more miraculous, right, is that I didn't get hurt, and there was absolutely no damage to my car.
Yeah, soft.
Wow, so you got off very lucky
What we have
then.
here in Finland. Soft.
Yeah, soft snow. But that's just kind of the benefit of the weather as well.
That snowstorm actually made some difficulties in traveling on foot as well, because people are literally not cleaning any snow.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't walk.
Everywhere.
Yeah, I wouldn't walk in that weather. I mean, I wouldn't walk because I'm kind of lazy, but like, you know, that's just besides the point, isn't it now? I have a nice drive. It has heating, you know, and I'm always either cold or hot. Right now I'm very hot.
I love cold the most, but heat every now and then is fine.
Especially like when you get into your car in the morning, right, and it's like -20 and the heat starts blasting into your face.
That's the feeling.
Yeah, see, I'm ginger. That doesn't go well. As long as it's like, I'm ginger and I'm also northern, so you know, I'm good somewhere around like 2 degrees.
The second you go into the car, your legs and your hands are just shaking and cannot stop.
And also, like, my car has really good speakers, like Harman Kardon stuff, and like I would like to listen to music in there. So I literally sometimes go for a drive just so I can listen to music to my car speakers. Very environmentally wasteful, I know, but you know.
Yeah. I mean, it's not as bad if you got an EV and, you know, it's powered by the sun. But, yeah.
But I drive a diesel.
Oh dear.
You know, oh yeah, because diesel, like EVs are still very expensive, and also they don't work very well in the Finnish cold. So
What
like,
car do you have?
It's a Mercedes C200 from 2011.
I'm still working on my driving license. I can't go past the test.
So you're... Wait, how old are you?
24. I think.
What? Oh, yikes! I'm 19. I got my license when I was 17.
Well, lucky you.
Dude, I love driving.
I'm a Russian person from Russia, so that's different.
Those genes are not doing you any good, man.
Nah, that's just Russian in me. Like, nah, dude, you're not gonna get anything from your life.
I mean,
I am on my way.
I think you should move back to Russia, because, you know, anyone can drive there, at least according to the videos I've seen.
Oh, hell no, dude. I'm not going anywhere near Russia. Finland is the place I will stay in for the rest of my life if I have to.
Well, I'm probably gonna stay in Finland for the rest of my life, because I love it here. It's actually, like, a great country to be in. I don't know, I'm a very proud Finn.
Yeah, thanks. Even though I'm Russian.
Yeah.
Mostly because I lived in Finland my whole life. I never lived in Russia. I was born in Russia, never lived there.
Why did your family move?
The job was better than Russia. My dad got a better job, so...
Right.
It was very difficult for my mom especially the language. My dad knew the language for a decent amount, but my mom struggled a lot with the language. But she eventually managed.
Okay, so
Just
she
like
got there
everyone else.
eventually then.
Yeah, she's still not very good at the language, but she understands everything.
Yeah, she gets by.
Yeah. I also have gone into army.
Well, yeah, I have C papers. How about you, my friend? Did you also get the?
No.
Wait, how did you do like Sivari? I don't know how to say this in English.
I haven't seen any news today, Meinhardt. There doesn't seem to be anything.
I'm not able to go to army because I don't have the what's the name? Kansalaisuutta. I don't have it.
Oh, so you don't have citizenship?
Yeah.
That's actually quite odd. Because wait, did you get Finnish?
What?
Wait, were you still in school even though you didn't have citizenship?
Yeah,
like,
I was in school.
Yeah, because like I thought you needed Finnish citizenship to get into like free education, but
Look, man, I don't know anything about that.
Yeah.
The rules are weird, and the language is weird, so I'm just gonna stick with what I have.
Yeah. I'm trying to teach one of my friends who's, you know, half Finnish. He lives in Sweden, has lived there his whole life, right? You know, I'm trying to teach him some Finnish, and I mean, he's learning, but you know, it's a very complicated language.
Oh yeah.
Because it's not really one language, it's like 100 different languages that were matched into one because Mikael Agricola says so.
Activating the barrier.
Are you experiencing any issues?
To be honest, like, whenever somebody is learning a new language, you can handle it, like, the way they speak. It's how do I put it in the way that it makes sense. If a person tries to speak Finnish, that's just my perspective. If the person tries to speak Finnish and fails miserably, that's just the cringiest way I could manage.
Dude, I don't know. I mean, I go to a lot of like you know, there's pizza kebab places which are hosted by like Turkish people and stuff, right?
Yeah.
And they don't speak Finnish a lot of the time, and I don't really mind because you know they make good food.
I don't really interact with people that much. I'm just like.
I actually got so long because I've had like a depressive phase like for a couple of months before Christmas and such. I actually put like something on my Snap story asking people to hang out because I wanted to go outside. Like
that's one way of doing it.
Snap, yeah, if I post on my Snap story, hell has frozen over. Like actually. Ow.
Hold on. Get back up.
Thank you.
No.
How many competitive points have I got? I'm not sure. I haven't checked recently.
No one can hide from light.
It's below 3,000. I know that much, but I don't know exactly how below.
A speedy recovery.
No, I had a friend take care of my account while I was away from Overwatch. So they made sure to log in during every event and get the event stuff, so I didn't miss out on anything. I figured that would be a good way of doing it, so I'm not tempted to come back before I'm ready.
Winston.
No, no.
No one can hide from my sight. Personne n'échappe à mon regard.
Barrier's about to break.
And I think the initial thought behind doing that was that if I were to ever sell my account, it wouldn't be worth as much if it was missing stuff. So I wanted a way to maintain all the unlockables. So if I was to ever sell it, it would go for maximum value.
I'm actually curious, like, if you were to sell it, how much would you, like, accept? Like, what is the least amount you expect, like, accept for your account?
Probably a few thousand at least.
Yeah, I mean, it's gotta be worth, because it's, like, the highest level account in all of Overwatch.
Yeah.
At least as far as I know.
Who, Jay? Your girlfriend? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, if she wants you there to, you know, talk to while she's driving home, and just you know, calm her nerves, then that's fair enough. That's very sweet of you.
Thank you very much. May I receive some damage boost, Miss Forrest? Thank you.
Bit of healing every now and then as well.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it all.
Oh,
I will.
I fell over.
But you... Oh, you fell, yeah, it happens.
I must go.
Yeah.
Especially this time of year, the roads can be very slippy.
You better watch your step. There's no way that D.Va escapes with 1 HP.
Damage increase.
D.
This diva is
I don't think it would be a problem, Mineheart, since there was no problems with my friend taking care of my account while I was away from Overwatch. Just no. I don't like NFTs at all. NFTs are a scam. Damn it. They are making people money, but the thing is, just because something is a scam doesn't mean you can't make money with it. It's just the thing is with something like that is some people make money with it, but most people don't. Most people will lose money, and that's the main problem with something like that. It's like multi-level marketing, pyramid schemes. Yeah, you can make money with them, but most people will just lose a whole lot of money and then give up. Right, it's time for ding dings, I think. So I'm gonna have a break, have some food, and then come back and we'll do some more. PRB.
and then I can assume there's a Wi-Fi box and then a speaker.
Hello, I'm back.
Ah, welcome back.
The black box Wi-Fi, that's no longer functioning. The white stuff, the white box on top of my PC, that's my Wi-Fi.
I thought the black box was a speaker, dude.
No.
I have speakers behind my like monitors, cause like.
I also have a pile of paper on my desk just because I have nowhere to shove it in.
Bills.
Yeah, I also have a lot of posters around.
Yeah.
Of different movies and stuff. I'm very pissed off because recently the shop where I used to get all the movie posters from is it's closed. It's no longer there's actually no shop anymore in Kokkola.
Oh.
Zero.
Ooh,
I don't
yeah, you're gonna need a car. Oh no, I'm forced on the DPS. This is scary. What do I play? Echo.
You can play whatever you want.
Yeah, it's quick play classic. You don't have to play anything you don't want to.
Yeah, I'll play soldiers. It's like he's the only DPS I'm like semi-confident in that.
You were a disgrace to Overwatch. If I had known what Reyes had been planning, I would never have allowed it.
It seems to me that it was convenient for you not to look too closely into Gabriel's business.
Dude, I wish I had a white desk table. It would go so well with my room.
Yeah, I got a white one. I like the look of white stuff. Oh, that sounded a bit racist, didn't it? No.
Well, I mean, in general, white atmosphere, like white room and furniture, it's actually pretty like calming environment.
It's like, I don't know. It feels less. What is the word for it in English? Like, hold on, less murky. There we go. Can you tell that this is not my native language, by the way?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine.
Oh, that Genji got.
English has a huge vocabulary.
Yeah.
And
I learned it through YouTube.
A lot of English words can mean literally the same thing.
Yeah, but same goes with Finnish, really.
Yeah.
For example, if I say kuusipala, it can mean 9 different things.
We also have a so-called fish snake in Finnish.
Salmon snake.
Yeah, salmon snake, that's the one.
What mythical creature is salmon snake? Creepy, have a guess. Have a guess, Creepy. What could that creature possibly be?
Salmon.
A snake?
A salmon snake. A salmon snake is what it literally translates to. The name of it is a mythical creature. It's called a salmon snake in Finnish, basically.
A naga?
Well, close.
It
Close.
goes in that same category, but it's not exactly now.
Yeah, it's a dragon.
Oh, okay.
Dragon.
Yeah. What else is there? Zoo is animal park, and volume is noise loudness.
Okay.
And of course, you know, we can't forget that the fact that plane is a flying machine, and then fridge is ice cabinet.
Yeah, I mean, that all makes sense.
Yeah. But we do have a one word for stuff like fireplace and stuff like you know, we're kind of, you know, it's kind of a peasant language, so like stuff that peasants would use usually have like more sophisticated words.
Yeah. There is a science book. There is a science book that someone wrote using only the most common 100 words of the English language. They wrote a book on rocket science, I think it was. Using only the most common 100 words. I forget what the book's called, but the title is also restricted by those words as well.
Yeah, like I said before, the Finnish is just dumb language.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I don't know. It's easy. I've spoken since I was 2 years old. What can I say, man? Like,
hey, I just used my ult.
Come on, cat boy. There you go.
dude,
Cap
keep.
Cap it!
I'm trying. No! I tried
Aww,
my best, man.
almost.
Dude, the clutch would have been real.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, I'm gonna have like.
Don't worry, you have the visor, I have the dragon. You're just gonna force them to hide. I'm gonna shoot the dragon.
We ought to do this.
Damn it!
Yeah. Oh. Hold on. There's a tracer behind us.
Where?
A speedy recovery.
Yeah, the book is called Thing Explainer.
Ah.
That's a very good name for a book.
Yeah, it explains the things.
I suppose somebody had like fucking responded to my snap and no, it's just Gmail.
Oh no. Oh, it's the 1000 most common, not 100.
Alright, well that makes a little bit more sense because 100 different words are that is very restrictive.
Probably a bit too restrictive.
Why is this tracer so attached to me? Stop chasing me, woman.
She's not even into guys, you know, she's lesbian, so like, I don't know why she's chasing you.
Nice shadow, man.
Yeah, we did it.
Only took a couple of minutes to cap.
Play of the game.
Wait. Oh, I thought I looked at your keyboard and thought it was your mouse method. I was like, wait, do we have the same mouse method? But no, I'm just blind.
No, that's just my. I only have mouse pad for my mouse.
Yeah, cause like I looked at your I looked at your keyboard and I thought that was a mouse pad because you know the low res image.
Yeah,
Let's see.
might have butchered that picture somehow.
The book covers a wide range of topics, including pencils, writing sticks, cameras, picture takers, and microwave ovens, food heating radio boxes, aeroplane engines, skyboat pushers, and atom bombs, machines for burning cities. Besides technology,
what is picture capture?
Cameras are picture takers. Monroe also explains human organs and conceptual subjects such as the periodic table.
There's a lot of important information in that book.
Yeah, sounds like a fun book.
Totally use. Hey, do you know what map we are on, 3 feet?
I do.
I'll be watching over you.
But I can't do May anymore. Not at the moment.
Oh,
We need someone else
Wait,
to do
what?
May. You want to play May?
I'm a terrible May, and I'm not sure what I'm
Don't
supposed
worry
to do.
about it. All you need to do is know how to build a wall, and that's it.
So let me see, where is May? There's May.
Oh wait.
And can't come to
You
the
know what
shark.
The hook problem.
Yeah,
Okay,
you've
so
got a
what
very
if I-
limited hook time. So put the wall on the
Yeah.
shark's fin.
Oh, this is gonna be different. Oh, that. This is what they call Blizzard Polish.
Yeah. You can just keep doing it as well. I know you died.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to Zen now if you don't. Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
You have to do it more. Oh my god.
I just realized, Tracy, that Blizzard ruined our part. What?
Yeah, with the limited grapple time, it is a bit ruined.
Yeah, Blizzard totally ruined all our fun.
Maybe they did it because of the shark. They were like, no, stop playing with the shark.
Hey man, it's our fun, don't bother.
Imagine having fun in Overwatch.
Yeah, no fun allowed. Only salt.
Yeah, and misery and anger.
I'm going for the swim. Oh, oh no.
Immer unterbricht mich jemand bei der Arbeit.
Time to switch the hero.
Sigma, present.
Objective lost. Stop the payload.
Ich bin da. I'm taking care. Let's get you back out there. Damage amplified.
Don't lie down on the job.
I wanna lie down. Do it again?
Let's get you back out there.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I'm not gonna peek that because there's a robot anyway.
Where does it
Hey. That didn't work out.
We can push in, I have trans.
Immer unterbricht mich jemand bei der Arbeit. Piece of cake.
Really?
That did really just happen.
Damn it. I got ambushed by a fat hooker.
Right beside you.
I have
Hey,
actually
watch-
put a
watch your
reply
hand,
to
man.
my
Look
snap.
out for the widow. That bastion is causing a lot
Stop
of
dying! Damn it!
Reached the checkpoint.
Good as
Nothing
new
is
piece of cake.
working. What do you do in that situation?
I don't know.
Just gonna play
Just
Joker.
got primed and ready.
Greetings.
That bastion's dangerous. They're called burning wood. Not very good for trees.
Personne n'échappe à mon regard.
Oh dear.
I'm not actually gonna probably be going out today, but at least I got a reply and like somebody is actually very willing and happy to see me, so woo!
Yeah, better
How do we
than
get like
nothing.
a W for Inferno here?
Play of double kill.
I still can't believe I actually spent 10 euros on calling myself Catboy Maid on Overwatch.
Well, it's something you did.
Yeah, what
and
a
it's
stroke
something
of
you're stuck
genius.
with. If you
Well, until I get more money, I'm broke.
yeah.
How'd you come by that name?
I do like it, but it was also a bit of a meme. Like it's like, cause the whole thing is that like I used to, oh god, I used to hold quite conservative views, right? And then I started like acting like all e-boy and shit, like ironically, and slowly I realized what a jerk I was being like earlier, and like actually converted, and like, you know, then I ended up like discovering my sexuality and other stuff, and like I was like, wait, why was I like that before? I was actually just kind of an asshole, you know?
Yeah. But not everyone has that moment. Some people are just assholes their whole life without even
Yeah.
realizing.
Yeah, and I'm also, you know, very happy that you know, for you finding yourself as well, Triffy, because, you know, I mean, being in the closet isn't fun for anyone really, or being in denial.
No.
Attack commences in 30 seconds.
No, it's not worth being someone you're not
Yeah.
and trying to, you know, force yourself to conform to societal norms when that's not you. So
Yeah, and you know, I know this doesn't probably mean a lot that, like, you know, coming from a stranger on the internet, but like, you know, I'm proud of you for having the courage to be yourself as well.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it was less. I don't think it was fear for me. It was just pure denial.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's kind of denial is kind of fear of who you are inside, I guess, in that sense. When it comes to
I was just trying really hard to fit into the male, you know, role, identity, because that's what I was born as. So I figured that's, you know, what I should continue as, even though that's not really how I felt. That's not really what I wanted.
Yeah, and, I mean, you do seem a lot more...
Yeah, I use so many excuses,
you do seem like
I'd never sound feminine, I'd never look feminine, you know, I'd never be a cis female, I'd never be able to, you know, get pregnant. So what's the point? I mean, you know, there's the kind of arguments I'd make, and a lot of those are invalid. Some of them aren't, of course, but the ones that are valid can be worked around. Like, yeah, I can never get pregnant, but that doesn't mean I can't adopt kids if I want them.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, saying that you can't sound feminine, I mean, you definitely do sound feminine now, and I mean, I know you got like a course for that, and
yeah, I mean, most of it was arguments from ignorance. I made these arguments not because I knew, you know, I was aware of the contrary. I wasn't lying to myself. I was just making arguments from ignorance. I didn't know there was a solution for any of that. I didn't know I could train my voice or potentially get surgery to sound legit. I didn't know I could get my face, you know, sorted out so I'd look feminine, you know, from a facial standpoint. I didn't know a lot about how hormones affect the shape of your body, or much about that at all. I really just didn't know much, and I think last year I started doing research on all of that because I was in the process of questioning absolutely everything about all my pre-held, you know, beliefs, and that's one of the things I was coming to terms with and doing research on to see whether I was transgender or not, because I wasn't sure.
Mean, they don't teach us about like that stuff in schools because, you know, the legislation and like transphobia and stuff, which kind of sucks. But
yeah,
you know, I mean, you do seem a lot more lively now than you did back then, definitely. And I mean, I can definitely hear. Well, and just, you know, tell the difference that, like, you seem a lot more well, I guess.
Yeah, I am a lot happy about, you know, who I am than I was. But the thing is, one of the things that, one of the other arguments I used was, oh, people that are trans just know they are, you know, from an early age. And, you know, they have strong convictions about it, and they always go after it as soon as possible. And for me, my feelings were never that strong. They were still there. I just never felt like they were strong enough to act on. So I just dismissed it as me being, you know, I just lost the coin toss, and I should just deal with it, you know?
Yeah, I get that. I mean,
Yeah, hey
you know,
Jono. Sorry I didn't say hi before.
well, I can't say I get it, but I do understand where you're coming from. I mean, you know, I'm perfectly happy with being male and such, you know, and you know, but sometimes that. I guess it's good to think on yourself sometimes.
Yeah, no worries, Jono. But yeah, it just wasn't worth doing it anymore. As soon as I really figured it out and said, okay, I guess I should just admit it, that's the point where I started coming out with everyone, because I didn't see any point in wasting any more time. Once I truly realised it, then I decided on a plan of action, and yeah, within a few days I'd let everyone know.
Yeah, and I mean, life is too short to like live in misery.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't call it misery. For me, it was just one of those quality of life improvements that I just never made for myself. Because I didn't think it was, you know, I didn't think it was something that I needed to do and that I could live without. But the more I looked into it and the fewer excuses I had, the more I realised there's really no point not doing it, because it's really not as hard as you might think to do it. It takes time, but it's one of those things where the sooner you start, the better. So
yeah. I mean, I know a friend, you know, of mine who are transgender and or non-binary and such, and they have, you know, they still live at home, so, and their parents are very like against it, and I feel like that is really people in your life that are gonna like do that. I think that's the biggest, well, stop for any of it, or like, I don't know. For me,
yeah,
you know,
there's a lot of people that struggle a lot with that sort of thing because people in their life aren't, you know, accepting of that kind of stuff. And for those people, they need to first of all prioritise their own safety and well-being.
Yeah.
If that means, you know, living uncomfortably for a few more years until they're in a position to actually get out of that environment, then that's what they should be doing, even though it might be more painful to do. If it keeps them safe and taken care of, then it's something they should at least consider.
Of course, yeah, I was very lucky in, you know, having my parents accept the fact that I'm queer, and you know, never having that much of an issue with it after I, you know, was willing to accept it myself.
Oh hey Rivers, congrats to you as well. Yeah, I'm lucky where everyone in my life has been very open and accepting and supportive, so yeah, I've hit no major roadblocks really.
Yeah, that's always good to hear, really.
The only roadblock I've encountered is my doctor's unwillingness to help me financially with the cost, but I can afford to do it privately, so it's not a problem. It's just annoying.
There are still a lot of things that I'm trying to discover of myself.
Yeah, I mean, it takes time, you know, you never just jump to any conclusions before, you know.
Yeah, and the thing is, sexuality and gender identity are both fluid. That doesn't mean they change for everyone, but for some people they change throughout life.
It's so cold in Finland. at least my gender is solid.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah, I don't.
There are people that come out in their like 50s, 60s, 70s, even later.
Yeah.
You know? And that doesn't necessarily mean they've been repressing it for their whole life. Some people do, you know, come to terms with transgenderism, you know, somewhat out of nowhere. Later in life, it can happen. And yeah, there's a lot of social stigma still around gender identity and sexuality and stuff. And there shouldn't be, really. That kind of stuff isn't important to who people are unless they make it a core part of who they are. And you can really make anything about yourself part of your identity if you want to, but at the same time, you don't have to at all, you know?
Yeah. You know, as my grandma once put it, you know, that kind of stuff doesn't matter to me at all. But when it comes to personality, I'm very picky, and I think that goes for me as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
who someone is much more important than what they are.
much.
Oh dear. That only just got me.
I gave up and I just walked straight into it. Oh.
Good as new. Somebody get me some healing.
Diva, can you leave me alone?
No, the Diva
I'm
can't
sure
leave
it's
me
possible, but they're probably not going to.
Healing stream engaged. Ich bin da. Healer, here it comes.
Do I try? Yeah.
This is not your time.
Oh, I found a junk rat trap.
Did you get rid of it?
Yeah, by standing in it. Oh dear.
Let's get you back out there. Let's get you back in the fight.
I'm on it.
I can't hit anything else besides that. That is alarming.
Well, yeah, but that's just how it is when you can't aim. You are a goddess. Like, I don't know how you pulled that res off, but that was magical.
Well, I try. Some of the reses I get away with are highly questionable.
I stopped questioning Mercy Res a long time ago. What I'm like refusing to accept is where they resurrect me in.
Well, yeah, but that's just kind of how they do. I mean, coming from a Mercy main, you know, that's just kind of how Mercy does things. Oh, ow.
Yeah, it's a good skin. They should definitely bring it back. And I'm saying that as someone who bought like 3 or 4 copies of it. Yeah, I've got the gold weapon, but I don't want to ruin the skin. It looks gross on the pink skin.
I'm taking care of you.
I respectfully disagree with you on that. Okay, maybe a bit disrespectfully, but not a lot.
Yeah, it looks horrible, in my opinion. Why do you keep dying to Diva Bomb?
Because you're not hiding from it.
You needed a doctor?
Or you're too close to it. One of the two.
I remember when I first picked up Overwatch, I used to think Dragon Strike was super OP because I hadn't discovered the genius strategy of walking out of the way.
Yeah.
The only thing overpowered was for me when I started playing was Junkrat's ultimate, because that thing just killed 6 people straight away.
Yeah.
You're just hiding somewhere in the corner waiting for them, and then you just pop the tire and the whole
Yeah, the authentic bronze experience, isn't it now?
Yeah, I mean, when Overwatch first came out, there was a lot more BS in the game than there is now. To a certain extent. Like, you're just walking along and then suddenly you're dead because Scatter Arrow decided to kill you across half the map. You know?
and I can't fucking forget that the fact that Cassidy literally had no damage fall at all.
No.
I played the beta back in PS4, right? And I actually didn't understand much of the game at the time, and I got so pissed off because there was like a Cassidy two-shotting me across the map.
Yeah, and then you try really hard and kill the whole team. Oh wait, that was only 5 people. Ah, they're all alive again, damn it. Mercy Mass Res. Bye. And it was instant cast as well. The only way of stopping Mass Res was to make sure Mercy was dead. That was it.
Oh, don't worry, the experimental card is yet to come with those changes.
Well, it's been live for a while. The current experimental has Mass Res on it.
Wait, does it? I haven't looked at it. Like,
but it has a cast time. Yeah, it has a cast time,
okay.
like the normal res. But yeah, that's the first thing they tried to try and balance Mass Res, is put the cast time on it. But then they decided it was still too powerful, so that's when they swapped it with Valkyrie.
I mean, resurrecting a player in general is overpowered because you're bringing something back. Full HP and cooldowns, you know?
My ultimate is ready.
How is this Anna always managing to sleep me whenever I just pop out randomly behind them and she's just sleeping there and then it sleeps me. Like how is that constantly happening?
Because Anana.
I'm slipped again!
It's fine, they weren't on the payload.
GG! Was my diva impression good?
That was a diva impression.
I'm a guy with quite a deep voice like GG!
Dude, I love these clickbaitable YouTube videos. Scientists have found most horrible planet in unknown universe.
In theory. I mean, most planets, well, all the planets we've found so far are not life-supporting, as far as we know. There are some that could be, but we haven't found any that are, other than Earth.
Mars is starting to get real inviting.
Yeah, with the stuff going on here. But then again, you'd have to deal with Elon Musk, and you know, that's not a good thing. But I'm off to like playing Forza or something. I'm sick of Overwatch.
Okay, bye. Didn't even wait.
I'll be watching over you. Piece of cake.
I didn't ask for your
Where does it hurt?
A disciplined mind is the most dependable ally. I will eat more.
Attackers incoming.
One has ever eaten. Yes.
No.
Is Doomfist saying he wants to get fat?
I'm sorry, Rana. After everything that happened, I needed time.
I don't know.
I didn't ask for your
Because he says he wants to eat more dumplings than anyone has ever eaten. That'll just make him fat.
Understood.
Attackers incoming.
Spare me the Yes. I eat more dumplings than anyone has ever eaten. Respect your health.
Respect is earned, not given away.
Heilstrahl aktiviert.
Junk. Are you scared? Are you scared?
Ja.
Are you scared?
Lepiej ja. Let's get you back out there.
The anemones are here.
This is not your time.
Jeff, prepared for death.
Thanks for the follow.
Wrestle with Jeff, prepared for death.
Thank you.
Mercy in the Reichschaftsteams. Lights off.
Hey Blitz. Rayleigh. How are you?
Ich bin da. The battle continues.
That Reaper didn't last very long.
I know who's been naughty.
Thanks for the raid. Hey everyone.
Wrestle with Jeff,
Hello.
prepared for death.
A speedy recovery. On me.
Jake is a cutie. I'm sure that's true. I mean,
Wrestle with
don't
Jeff,
most people
prepared for
smell with their nose?
This is not the end.
I can smell with my nose. Thanks for the follows. Yeah, I'm doing good. Can't res. Yeah, thanks for the pats. No.
Just a scratch, you'll be fine. My ultimate is ready.
I'm taking care of you.
Nanobot is ready to deploy.
You need to hit people, Ryan. What a waste of a nano.
Creepy killed the Farah. You can shoot at her. So can I, but I'm very ballsy.
You got a lot of balls.
Yeah.
Oh no! Okay, let me take the time to shout out Jakey Boy.
Soldier 76 reporting for
Minecraft. Okay. So yeah, for anyone who doesn't know who I am, I'm Treefy. I am the highest level player in Overwatch. I've been playing since the game came out in 2016. Except for a 5-month break that was the result of the Activision Blizzard lawsuit. So when that all came out, I took a long break, and I came back once I heard the news of Microsoft buying Activision Blizzard and committing to getting rid of all the executives that had been, you know, causing all the issues.
Starting over from the beginning. Stop the payload.
So yeah, that's me.
Heroes never die.
And I'm always happy with to play with any viewers that might want to play with me. And since Overwatch is cross-platform now, anyone on any platform anywhere in the world is always free to join.
You needed a doctor? Piece of cake. Acknowledged. I've got you. Ich kümmere mich um dich. Let me get you patched up.
Okay. That wasn't a very successful ultimate. Only one kill that got rezzed.
Let me get you patched up. I'm taking care of it. Hold on. Heroes never die.
It's that melody!
No one can hide from my sight. Freeze! Don't move! You've got this.
I think they're dead now. Let's get that guy.
Of course Reaper is gonna wraith at me straight towards. I shoot at him with my fully loaded machine gun in the head, and all it takes is one shot from Reaper's shotgun to kill me. That's so fair.
Yeah, I mean, Reaper does still do a lot of damage at close range. A lot. Hey, you got a card, at least.
Nah. I'm probably gonna get off as well.
Okay.
Alright, thanks for games.
Yeah, thanks for games. I guess it's just me now.
Traveling to Horizon, prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
we go. Let's see. They're all in a 6 stack and we're not. So this might not end very... this might end rather quickly. If they're, you know, trying to play together well as a team. Oh, there's that. No. Oh. It's fine. I'm fine.
Tactical visor activated.
Heroes never die. A speedy recovery.
Well, we held on longer than I thought on A. Just have to wait and see whether we can do that with B.
This is not the end.
Hey!
Piece of cake. Where does it go?
Damn it! I guess they win after all. Not that I'm surprised.
Experience tranquility.
That's the only card we get. Okay. I guess I'll get the big 13,000 next stream. Oh, it's backfill.
Everything can be hacked, and everyone. You're just a glitch in the. Translocating.
Oops. Who wants a hack? You want a hack? Bye. Hold on.
Meteor strike.
No, let me get. What happened? I had my translocator down. Did someone find it? I guess so. I can't just cap it by myself.
Much better.
Okay, bye Reaper. Let's hack this. Do that one as well. And this one. Missed me. Oh wait. No, let me back on.
First round lost.
Damn it.
Well, I tried. Okay, let's go.
Here I am. Ahorita regreso. Looking for me? See you later.
I wanted that.
Mucho mejor. Hey there.
Everyone, get on the objective.
Feeling much better. Translocating. Initiating the hack. Beacon in place.
Gotta make sure they can't use those important health packs. Good. Oh, you want to join Bab? It looked like the hat killed him, but it didn't. He just died. I'll just put that in a better place.
Hello.
No, I don't want to get hooked. Missed me. Nice.
Score 1-1.
I must say you're looking quite well. The slightest agreement.
And you are looking as lovely as ever.
I guess I can play Mercy now. Since no one else is playing her. Yeah, I can't fix that.
Piece of cake. This is not your time.
Oh no! Oh, I didn't quite make it.
What is that melody?
System health compromised.
Group up. Healing stream engaged.
Victory.
Oh, we made it. Nice.
Power overwhelming!
Do do do. Yeah, so it looks like I'll get 99 today, and then I won't play Overwatch again until my next stream on Tuesday. So then we can get the level 13,000 on stream.
Piece of cake.
Hello.
Hello there.
Let's shoot for a new high score. Nice try.
Attack commences in 30 seconds.
Look at the hour van de
I
os.
can't wait to get into the fight. All right, game face on.
Where does it go? Damage piece
No, I don't. Let's res that guy.
Activating the barrier. Look at the hour van de os.
Ich kümmere mich um dich.
Go over here, let me heal you. Hey, I just wanted to res the bastion.
Group up with me.
Piece of cake.
My ultimate is ready.
Let me get you patched up.
I'm back in the fight. Hi.
I'm taking care of you, Benji. I'm here. Touch from afar.
The demon becomes me.
You look like you needed help.
Behind you. Activating the barrier. Enemies in our orbit.
Let's get you down out there.
Oh, you might want to not be dead. Let me fix that for you.
Damage boost engaged. I'm with you. Where does it hurt?
Unstable.
Protect the payload.
What is that melody? Impossible. It returns. My barrier is
Yeah, so that happened.
Piece of cake. You needed a doctor? I could use some assistance. Where does this stop sequence? Mercy in the Reitschaftsteam. Dein Schutzengel, you're welcome. Heroes never die.
Yeah, I'm just gonna fly away. I don't want to be there. May, no.
Surrender to my will.
Piece of cake.
Hold for 70 seconds. Reporting your duty.
Piece of cake. I could use some assistance. Where does it hurt?
Junkrat primed and ready.
Can I? No, I couldn't res Ryan. He died too soon.
Let me get you patched up.
Damn it, monkey.
Piece of cake. Piece of cake.
60 seconds.
Let me get you patched up. I've got you.
no.
Piece of cake. Your support has arrived.
10 seconds.
Heroes never die.
I'll just go to the point. Don't shoot me. I'm only trying to kill everyone. Rude.
Piece of cake. Where does it hurt?
Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines.
Don't die, Tracer. I'm on my way. No. Oh dear.
Play of the game.
Nerf this.
Double kill. Triple kill.
Okay. Maybe 2 more. Maybe 3.
Welcome to Hollywood. Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
I'll be one piece of cake.
I consider Reinhardt to be the model upon which I have based my own beliefs.
Okay.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
Let me get
Defend your objective A. Enemy spotted.
Yeah, I don't want to risk rezzing that. Although, maybe now. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I seem to be dead again.
good as new. Piece of cake.
Such potential. I'm overloading.
Let's get you back out there. You might not want to tell your friends about that.
Yeah, Yeah, we got a Genji up there. Just, you know, casually pounding Genji from behind. As you do. Ow.
Immer unterbricht mich jemand bei der Arbeit. Piece of cake. Piece of cake. Piece of cake. Piece of cake.
Damn it. I was almost out of it.
Starting over.
Rude.
Piece of cake. Let's get you back out there.
Heal up here.
Mercy in Bereitschaft.
Tactical visor activated.
Yeah, aimbot. I know. I know, I didn't get there in time. Bye, Diva. Okay, good.
I've got you in my sights. I love the smell of pulse munitions in the morning.
I'm getting a bit tired. Hey, Bab. How the game going? Going there? I don't know. You're just making up words at this point. Yeah, going good. I'm a game or two away from getting level 99. So yeah, I guess I won't be playing any more Overwatch until Tuesday, once I'm done here today. You make up words all the time with your typos. It means you're more creative, right? Hey, it can if you want it to. Let's see. Yeah, after this game I'll be level 99. $12,999. Hey, Bo. How you doing? Yeah, I'm doing good. After this game, I'll only be one level away from 13,000, but I won't have time to get there today, so I'm gonna just not play Overwatch until Tuesday. So yeah, because I don't want to not do it on the stream. That would just be rude. But yeah, I might be busy Monday anyway, so that's fine. But yeah, so my date for Monday, I like messaged her over the past week 3 separate times without any response, and today she messaged me like nothing happened and she wants to talk, so I don't know. I guess I'll poke her after the stream and see what's up. But I did go ahead and cancel my train ticket yesterday because I figured she hadn't messaged me for a week. She's probably just not interested anymore, so I'll just cancel the train ticket and get the money back. But then she messaged me today, so I guess I'll hear her out, see what she has to say. Yeah, hopefully all is good, but the problem is when I cancelled the train ticket, they charged me a bit of money for cancellation fee, so I've lost money on that regardless. Yeah, but too busy to even message a little bit, you know, just a few words. It's really no effort to pull out your phone and message someone a few words, especially if they're reaching out. Especially if, you know, we chose a date deliberately, not too soon, so we'd have the time to get to know each other better, and then she doesn't talk to me for a whole week. Those two don't correlate. But yeah. We'll see. Yeah, I'll discuss all that with her, see what she says. And yeah, I still haven't heard from that other guy who I had a date with, that he never turned up for. He just, you know, messaged me in the morning and then just ghosted me for no apparent reason. What am I supposed to learn from that if I never know why? I don't know. Yeah. Oh well. At least it didn't cost me anything in the end. Because, I had the option that day, because I was working that day, to have a shift meal, but I decided I wouldn't because it was already quite busy at the time, so I didn't want to be a bother, and I went home on an empty stomach. So I came back in the evening, and since he didn't turn up, I asked my manager whether I could just have my shift meal now, as in then, instead, and they were happy enough to give me my shift meal in the evening instead of the afternoon. So I had a free meal, and all it cost me was a walk to and from the restaurant, really. So yeah, it didn't cost me anything in the end. It just sucks, you know, that he got my hopes up and then couldn't be bothered to even say, sorry, I'm not coming. Although, when I talked to my mum about it, she said she's done that once. Just stood someone up. Apparently, he was a guy who was a very, you know, clingy person. He'd like attach himself to one person at a time and just, you know, get really obsessed over them. And yeah, I think he asked her on a date and she didn't turn up. She didn't feel comfortable, really. But yeah, I knew that dating as like a fresh trans woman would be difficult, and I'd probably have very little luck until I look more the part, and that's fine. I accept that. It's part of the journey. And, you know, that is something I'm working on. And I should have most of it done sometime next year. But in the meantime, I'm just going to have to, you know, take it slow, I think. Hello, Jenny. You're not interested in me? Just want to look out the window. Yeah, I know, Bo. But it's finding them that's the problem, right? How do I find those people? Yeah, but it's got a good ending to it, Bo. You figured it out eventually. Yeah, I suppose so. But for me it's really hard. I'm like on a really hard difficulty, you know, because I find it very hard to read people. And, you know, I try to drop hints every now and then to people I talk to that the only way of me knowing is them telling me explicitly how they feel. I try to hedge my bets, you know, just in case that's the way they are. They need to know the way I am, and to be honest with their feelings, because dropping hints, unspoken hints with me isn't really very effective at all. Oh well. And the fact that I'm, you know, getting older, almost 35, doesn't help me either. But I know that there's still people that won't care about that. It's just the older I get, the smaller the number is of people that are compatible, you know? Which is something I do think about a lot. Not that I can do anything about it, but still. Well, that's the end of that one. Oh well. Let's see what's in my last 12,000 loot box. Garbage. I know, Genji, I know. Oh well. So yeah, I guess we'll leave it there for today. And I guess next time I'll play Overwatch will be Tuesday, and we'll work our way towards the next 1,000 milestone, which will be 13,000. And I've got the animation ready, which I made myself. So yeah, all ready for Tuesday for that. I haven't hit one of those milestones in over a year, so it'll be good to do. Let's see. Thanks for being here, Bo, even though it's only a few minutes. It's good to see ya. So yeah, see you on